contracts that are available to work on. Okay, so we've got here simple scan with the rover arm of Mun Crater. Actually, we just kind of partly already did that, didn't we? We'll have to look into some more. Plant a flag on Minmus. That'll be for the next crew that is going there, which will be tonight. They already went to the Mun. I don't remember if we got them back or not. I think we got them back to the Miss? Question mark? Build a new station that has an antenna, has a docking port, and can generate power on a solar orbit. Please note that this must be a new station, built for moving parts experts group after the contract is accepted. Have a facility supporting at least 5 Kerbals. Have 4,000 units of liquid fuel in your station. Maintain stability for 10 seconds. Put your station in orbit of the sun. Well then. Okay, expand station. Mun International Space Station. Miss. Around the Mun. Be in command of the Miss. Ensure that the station has antenna, Have a facility supporting at least 24 Kerbals. Currently supports 20 Kerbals. Lots of fuel. Currently has 1,738 units of liquid fuel. I'm gonna try not to choke on tea this week and kill myself, like last time. Let's see here. Gather surface deployed. That's in progress. Wait, no. That's Minmus. We haven't gotten there yet. There is a science package we need to take with us to do that. The Mun Mystery Goo observations. That's what's been there for a while. It's only at 16%. Good grief. We need to rescue Kerbals from orbit of Minmus. We need to explore Duna. For tourists safely to their destination. Okay, yeah, they landed on the Mun. So now at this point they need to come back, and then we'll send them off to Minmus. Also, we did save Tanwin, so we'll go with that. Fantastic. Also, I want to check our research. I remember scanning tech, yes. So we can scan the Mun, we can scan Minmus, we can scan Kerbal. Also field science, we have some nice big wheels now for all the things. Rovers driving around, all that stuff. Let's take a look at mission control. Science data from surface of Minmus. Transmit or recover scientific data from the surface of Minmus. Haven't we already been doing that? At C7 Aerospace Division, we're not afraid to try new things. As a result, we sometimes find ourselves in the situation of needing outside help to solve a problem. I mean, sure? Pretty generic contract there. This one, no. Wait. Surface sample, EVA report, crew report, and spaceflight above. Recover module. Zulu, Baker, Tango, Whiskey from orbit of Kerbin. So this Kerbal, left module, Zulu, Bravo, Tango, Whiskey in orbit, low Kerbin orbit, recovered on Kerbin without damaging it too much. 0.8 tons, 2.9 meters high, 1.3 meters wide, 1.3 meters long. Why do I want to recover these things anyhow? Recover component Whiskey 3 Juliet November 5 from orbit of Kerbin. Yeah, whatever. Let's check on KSC upgrades. What? Oops, I didn't want to do that. Launchpad is fully upgraded. Tracking station is fully upgraded. Vehicle assembly building. We could upgrade that. 845,000. We were at 8.87 million. Gives us max parts supported at being unlimited, and then custom action groups. I thought we already had custom action groups. Ooh, wow, look at the building now. They really changed that up, didn't they? This whole extension on the side here. And they changed the outer textures, putting in windows and stuff there. Huh. What do you know? It's fancy. The administration building. I've never upgraded that. I really don't even use it, to be honest. Astronaut complex is fully upgraded. Research and development, 1.69 million. Probably VAs can collect surface samples, but we've already been doing that. Resource transfer available. Well... Oh, all it does is unlock the research science limit to unlimited instead of 500. Okay, that's fine. Holy rusted steel, Batman. Look at that complex. Those little Kerbals. Busy little people. Space plane hangar. 845,000. Custom action groups available. Basic action groups available. Oh, interesting. Well, let's go ahead and upgrade that just for the fun of it. A nice looking hangar. Now, towers upgraded, all that stuff. How's our runway look? Runway is fully upgraded. That was a pretty cheap upgrade, I think. That's fully upgraded. So basically, we have fully upgraded everything. Except for this little trailer park administration building. Which I pretty much never use, so oh well. It's 150 grand there. Do they add a sand trap so they can be out here golfing? Max active strategies, 500,000. Oh, it's a little pool. Now they have a helipad. Well then, it's fully upgraded at this point. And a nice parking lot. Well friends, we've reached that stage in our career. We have fully upgraded every component of the KSC. Congratulations. Kerbal Space Center is fully upgraded. Is fully upgraded. What are some of these parts in here? Oh, turbo shaft engine on that. Interesting. Actuators, different rotation servos. Advanced grabbing unit. Alright, let's go to the tracking station, see who's in flight, where they're going, what they're doing. The Mun tourist lander. We better take a look at that. Dun 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 dun. Okay, yeah, they are still in flight. Looks like they're relatively low still. Heading for the miss. What's the condition of the engine? It's at 10%. Okay, let's throttle that up. Tanwin is a pilot. Yeah, nice. Okay, so that was the contract for the rescue that we did. It was Tanwin. Okay. So that means our new target is the Miss. And yeah. Let's start setting up for that. Add this maneuver here. Target to intersect 1. Okay, so we're probably going to want to keep this orbit for at least one orbit, so they stay on the inside track and the space station can catch them. What do you say? What do you say? They're going to want to be prograde when they get there. How's electrical look? We got 100% on the electrical. Going low and slow right now. Actually low and fast, technically speaking. They'll be slow once they get into a higher orbit. Much more potential energy at that point. It's a good thing I was paying attention to the nav ball. It said target. We needed to be on orbit in order to achieve the desired outcome for this maneuver burn. Hey there, Lex. Welcome back. Good to see ya. So this burn is 103. We're going to round up meters per second of delta V. We have 400 available. Cycle those lights on and off. Yeah, so we're just setting up here. We've rescued our... as it turns out, it's a pilot. We rescued a pilot last weekend, and now we're just setting up our burn to rendezvous with the Miss. From there, we'll put everybody back on the puddle jumper and send them back to the KISS, Kerbal International Space Station, and then send them on to Minmus Station, where they can finish out the contracts there. I guess we should be burning the engine right now. I'm sitting here running my mouth, not paying attention to the timer. Alright, shut down in 3, 2, 1. Alright, so let's get a little bit more there. Ascending, descending node, 2 degrees. We can fix that. Pretty easy. Let's do the time warp again. Burning on the normal to adjust that inclination. Get ourselves flat with the Kerbal International Space Station. No, the Mun International Space Station. I guess it's pretty obvious, right? Like, there's a whole Mun right there. Whoopsie. Your solar panel does not look like it is set up properly. Our electrical dropped pretty quick as a result of that. Now it's coming back online. That's great. Okay, T-minus 30 seconds to maneuver. There we go. 10 seconds to maneuver. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Alright, I'm just going to burn a little bit of thrust here, just because that was pretty exciting for a moment there. Okay. There is 0.0 degrees. Now let's see what happens when we time warp up to here as far as distances, intersect, all that stuff. Wow, it flips all the way over to the other side in one orbit? Okay, that's pretty extraordinary. Yeah, I guess we're going to go ahead and burn prograde here and see what we can do with our primary intersect. Throttling up just a little. Oh, in this direction. That's interesting. I'm going to stop this at 100,000. I guess 105. Let's see what happens when we take an orbit. Oh yeah, that's right, because the space station is ahead of us now. Alright, that's fine. We can still catch up to it and do the thing that direction. Look at that, 170 kilometers apart. What does it look like? Adding maneuver here. Making sure you sit up straight. Actually, so it looks like burning retrograde. We can bring that... Hot dog. We can bring that down to an intersect here, 1.8 kilometers. Let's refine that a little bit more. Looks like 1.4 kilometers, closest approach, 60 meters per second, delta V. Plus the 14 for this maneuver. Well, let's just round, 61 and 14. So 74. We have 251 available. Yeah, that's fine. We can do this. Oh, solar panels need to be situated appropriately so we can maintain our electrical systems. No sense being on the light side of the mun and then running out of power because you didn't know how to set up your solar panels. Okay. Preparing for maneuver. Retrograde, 14.2 meters per second, delta V. For intersect 1 of 1.4 kilometers, relative speed 60.6 meters per second. Engine ignition in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Shut down. Alright, minor adjustment there on the thrust. And I screwed it up. To burn some monopropellant. Fine-tune this. Okay, that got us to 1.1, shutting down the reaction control system. 1.1 kilometers. That's fine. We have a rendezvous. Go for maneuvering. Okay, so keep your eye on the ball, the nav ball there. Go ahead and change this to target tracking. Stabilization. We're going to turn retrograde as we come in for our approach. Meanwhile, we also have to make sure we have good solar panel exposure. Constantly having to fix that. And our lights went off, so we better turn those back on just for guidance. Helps make the ship stand out when you're looking at it from this side. This way it's pretty easy to see, but if you're over here, it's kind of handy. For sure. Alright, currently 7 kilometers out and closing, so let's do a little time warp there. We can burn a minute pretty quickly that way. Alright, 3 kilometers and closing. We're now at target relative speed, 60.6 meters per second. Closing the distance, 2.5 kilometers and closing. Let's go ahead and throttle the engine down to 50%. 51? 51? Question mark. Coincidence? I think not. Alright, 1.5 kilometers and closing. Let's go ahead and fire up the engine. Bring our relative speed down to 0.0. Throttling down the main engine as we approach 0. Engine shutdown. Okay, time to pitch the nose down. No, the other down. Silly me. We're gonna roll clockwise, get ourselves pointed that way. Nose up just a bit. And throttle towards the space station. .900 meters in closing. Get ourselves turned for one last braking maneuver, and then we'll use the reaction control system for the rest of the way in. .38 meters, closest approach. Wow, the space station looks like a pistol from this view. Like, there's the handle, there's the pistol. Maybe a pistol with a silencer on it. Huh. Alright, 400 meters in closing. We're going to go ahead and throttle up the main engine, bring us down to, let's say, 3 meters per second. Okay, going to point towards the target. Main engine shut down for safety. Clockwise roll. We know which side is up. Our dorsal side is currently up from this particular perspective. That'll help me with visualizing maneuvering. Set up for docking mode. Alright, 250 meters in closing. So this is the space station that we have the contract. Oh, hey, look. A docking port. To expand. They want to be able to hold 24 Kerbals. Current capacity is 20. So we'll need to add additional living quarters to this space station, which doesn't take a lot, actually. One hitchhiker storage container and we've done the job. Okay, reaction control system is online. Let's go ahead and adjust positioning there. Firing retrograde to slow down. Let's bring it down to 1.5 meters per second. 100 meters and closing. Okay, for our angle. Yeah, let's go ahead and set up micro thrusters. Switch that over by tapping the caps lock key on your keyboard. We're actually going to switch to RCS is online. I'm going to bring us a little bit downward, and then I'm going to pitch the nose up. Looks like our angle here for our position hold needs to be slightly nose up. Yeah, to the right. Alright, 30 meters in closing. We're going to slow to 0.5 meters per second. Well, that didn't really work out, did it? We need to speed up here. Alright, we need to pitch up the nose a little bit more. That's probably good there. So what I'm trying to do here on the nav ball is keep these guys lined up in opposition to each other. So we've got the nose, we've got the target indicator, and then we've got the inertial indicator down there on the bottom. So as we approach, wow, this thing is really squirrely. Why? What is wrong with the lander? Like, the RCS is acting up really strange. Here I am trying to explain how to do this, and then RCS does not respond correctly. Starts pushing the lander in all sorts of weird directions. Pitch the nose down just slightly on the angle there, and we are good for dock. Fantastic. That was so weird. It's like thrusters failed at some point. We lost orientation momentarily. What? So weird. Okay, fuel tank. That thing's just about empty. Okay, monopropellant. Let's go ahead and offload that from there. Although I am going to leave a little bit so we can push it away from the space station, but yeah. Go ahead and restock the monopropellant on the command module for the MUN lander. Looks fantastic. Let's check our fuel tanks here. Zeroed out on that one, zeroed out on that one. Let's go ahead and release the heavy fuel tanker. Space station fuel reserves are currently at 100%. We're going to go ahead and transfer over to the MUN lander. so that it is prepped for the next mission. Prepped and ready to go. Okay, Kerbal transfers. No crew on part. Interesting. Alright, Will, you're going back... I guess you're going back to here. And our rescue as well. Valentina is the pilot. For the space station. Pilot for... No, Valentina is the pilot for the puddle jumper. Let's see. Oh, okay, Wilger just got the landing on the Mun. And then orbit around Minmus. Valentina has planted flags on both the Mun and Minmus. So Valentina, I'm actually going to have you transfer to the space station. Verify crew transfer. Nope. Why is that? Okay, let's check now. Okay, successful crew transfer. Also, do we have data samples on here? We do. We're gonna EVA this pilot. Ta-da! Go ahead and let go. Turn on your jetpack. Headlights. That was a pretty quick boost there. I just need you to grab hold of the ladder, my friend. And then you're going to take the data sample. Head back on over to the puddle jumper. Which the hatch is over here. Okay, that's fine. On board. Fantastic. Okay. Let's verify that we have our pilot on board. Yep. Wow, there's a lot of fuel there. I wonder if we pulled that off at the tanker to make it, to get it emptied out. Alright, well, let's go ahead and move this out of the way. And it's done. Okay. Decommissioned and moving out. Space station. Crew, did we shut down? We shut down this engine, right? Yes, shut down for safety. This one. Shut down for safety. Everybody's on board. How's our monoprop here? Everything looks good. Looks good there. Okay. You're cleared for departure. Puddle jumper 1. Stabilization locked in. Let's perform a small roll maneuver. RCS will push us back from the space station. Okay, we are probably going to want to be prograde for this maneuver as we depart the miss. Now, let's take a look at best trajectory for getting home. .198 meters per second, that gets us at 298. Adjusting the window gives us a little bit better periapsis. It's like 164 there. 151, which is basically where the space station is. That's where we want to be. Let's do the time warp again. Okay, also let's verify that we are clear of the Mon International Space Station. Well, there's a bit of a gap there. We'll have to see. Go ahead and thrust down just to give us a little bit more. Okay. Main RCS. Give us a little bit of a drift, give us some more clearance underneath the space station. Checking the skies for the other spacecraft, the heavy refueler. Its 2 is ahead of us. I think by the time we get there, we will have departed this lane. We will be good. Begin ignition in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Uh-oh. Engine is shut down for safety. Engine set to 100%. Activate the engine. Ignition. Oh, we don't even need to start our burn yet. 45 seconds. I want to fast forward a little bit just to get that going. Shut down in 3, 2, 1, 0, engine shutdown. Alright, let's take a look at our return. Orbit 186, let's throttle up just a smidge. Bring that down to 150. 153, good enough for government work. Okay, we're on our way home, folks. There's the heavy refueler too. Coming up on the port side. Yeah, it's out of our lane. We'll have a nice safe gap there. Congratulations. Okay, so up next we have let's go to the tracking station, clear our skies a bit, get rid of some of that space junk. Clear skies would be nice to have. We got enough flying around up there already, zooming around, doing crazy things. Kerbals is out here at Minmus. Very low altitude orbit. 7,100 meters by 6,000. Okay. Do we have science data from around Minmus? Transmit or recover scientific data from space around Minmus. Have we not done some of that stuff yet? And it seems like we would have done another satellite around Minmus. No, we have so many already. Also, contract-wise, plant flag on Minmus. Yeah, that's gonna happen. Okay, let's just go to the tracking station and we'll hop on the puddle jumper. Get this mission handled. Everything else is gonna require like some long-term stuff. Excuse me, I'll be right back. It's getting warm in here. Can't believe it's 2019. I still have to manually go over and turn on the AC. And yet, one of the fancy upgrades to the apartment complex that I moved into here is they have USB plugs in the kitchen. Standard issue, so you don't need to put your charger in there. You just bring the cable with your phone. Go figure. But you can't have a thermostat on your AC. Like manually turn it to automatically turn it on and off. You have to go over and manually do it. Oh, what are we looking at here? We've got a journey. Alright, out to here is 1 hour and 47 minutes. We're not going to take that long. I'm going to do the time warp. Bam! We are on a return orbit. Heading home. Periapsis of 153,000. Let's go ahead and set the KISS as our target. Set up a maneuver node at the periapsis. And yeah, let's drag this guy back here. Intersect is running around like crazy. Target at position. Okay, so what I want to see is where do they come together at the very last time, which is probably going to be this one. It's kind of hard to see both of them because the periapsis, there we go, is covering up. We do have an inclination we're going to have to adjust for. It looks like closest approach so far is 9.6 kilometers. Descending node, 0.7 degrees. That's 568 meters per second of delta V. Let's set up a maneuver node. Looks like here. .568 plus 18, let's just round it to 20, so 588. What do we have on the spacecraft? 1561. Yeah, we'll be fine. And then closest approach will be 3.2 kilometers, 222 meters per second of delta V. So 588 plus 222. Wow, that's a really interesting number. That puts us like right at 800 meters per second of delta V. Just a little bit more than 50% of the fuel we have on hand. Closest approach being 3.2 kilometers. We can refine that even further once we get closer. Let's go ahead and execute our inclination maneuver. Puddle jumper 1. Preparing for a normal burn. To adjust inclination, 0.7 degrees. Let's warp ahead just a smidge. Okay, ignition in 3, 2, 1, go. Engine shutdown. Oh, that was a little hot. Let's just do a little bit of 5% throttle there. Alright, let's delete the maneuver node, see what we have on our inclination, 0.1 degrees. Burn a little bit more, see if we can't get that to a 0.0. I guess not. Wait a second. We gotta get all the way down here. To adjust inclination. What? Okay, it's probably going to take a lot more because we are very close and we're moving very fast. We have a lot more kinetic energy now, so it's going to take a lot more to adjust. And 0.1 degree is not terrible for an inclination intercept. Okay, that's all looking good. Let's go ahead and time warp again to our next maneuver node, which is a retrograde burn. Get our spacecraft level on the horizon here. Looking good. What does it look like from the pilot's view? Oh, it's there on the left. Because we're upside down. Okay, makes sense. Retrograde burn. Now. Full ignition, engines are at 100%. Fuel looks good, oxidizer looks good, altitude is 153 kilometers. 10 seconds till engine shutdown. 4, 3, 2, 1, engine shutdown. Intersect showing 14.53 kilometers. You can see that over there. If we use RCS, we should be able to adjust that even closer. What we saw predicted was like 3.2, if I recall. Okay, so we managed 4.95 kilometers. Closest approach. Okay, RCS disabled. Let's go and take a look at our tracking station here and see what our separation is the result of. It looks like inclination. Yeah, it's mostly inclination, so we're going to go ahead and adjust that again here on this descending node. Yeah, look, we're off 0.3 degrees now. Not exactly sure what happened there, but we can make this adjustment. Alright, there's 0.0, it's 11 meter per second burn. That was on the normal, yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and zoom on over there. We're just going to do a small motor engine burn, maybe 5 to 10%, 15%. Shut down. 0.0. Let's take a look at our intersect. 2.7 kilometers. Close the gap. Looking good. Okay, now that we have a synchronized intersect, brings us closest enough. What was the approach? 2.7 kilometers. Okay. Let's do the time warp again. Switch back to spacecraft view. Prep for rendezvous and docking with the KISS. Kerbal International Space Station. Okay, keep your eye on the ball. Switch that from orbit to target. 221 meters per second at delta V. Let's do a counterclockwise rotation. Roll to the right. Okay, roll maneuver executed. We're now 8 kilometers and closing. Six kilometers. I'm gonna go. Let's fire up the main engine. Reduce our speed. Throttling down, engine shut down. Bring our relative speed to 0.0. Well, that didn't really pan out, did it now? We got a fair distance to travel. 20 meters per second for 4.5 kilometers. That seems fine. And then let's go ahead and turn retrograde again. And once again, roll clockwise, rolling to the right. Keep that up orientation for our pilot. Planet should be on the right-hand side now if we look out the window. There it is. Our crew. Fantastic views all around. Okay, 3.5 kilometers and closing. 21 meters per second. Oh man. Now you know I'm a noob. Thanks for letting me know about that. How you doing, Emperor? Welcome back. Good to see ya. 3 kilometers and closing. Set that on the retrograde. I'm doing alright. I guess I'm a little bit spacey though. Like I forgot to turn the starting soon off. Yeah. So far so good, yeah. Weekend. Actually, yesterday I went and saw Ad Astra, the new Brad Pitt space movie. And that was interesting. I like seeing the atmosphere like this over the edge of the planet as you get to the transition to the dark side. It's pretty cool. Alright, 2 kilometers. It's showing our intersect over there at 1.3 kilometers. This right here. So once we get there, I'll burn the engines again, bring us down in speed. I'm also going to thrust limit the engine to 50%. That's close enough. Happens to the best of us. Just watch the trailer? Yeah. It's a thinker. I liked it in that respect. It's really good. Alright, here's our 1.3 kilometers. Wow, we're actually even closer, 1.2. Alright, flight computer. Thanks for, nothing, I guess? We're considerably closer than the intersect that you gave us. Thousand meters, 900. I'm guessing somewhere around 800. It's going to be close approach. Fire up the engine. Bring our delta V to 0. Okay. Bam. 0.0 on the delta V. Relative speed. Now we can go ahead and turn towards the target. Already starting to drift with our eccentric orbit. Also known as an eccentric orbit. Okay, there's the target. Throttle up. Drop that engine to 25%. Yeah, we are coming in pretty hot, actually. I don't want to be going this fast. Saw Interstellar, couldn't sleep due to overthinking and excitement. Is that a similar effect? Yeah. That's for sure. I'm trying to remember the trailer, if it passes it off as like an action movie or as a thinking movie or something in between. I don't remember really. Having seen the movie, I know what it's like, you know? I'm just trying to think of the trailer. Because, you know, sometimes trailers just really don't match the movie. Like, you watch the trailer and then you watch the movie and you're like, what were you guys thinking? This looks nothing alike. More of a mix of both. Okay, yeah, and it is. It's a good mix, I think. And one of the other great things too that is great about it is it does, I think, fall into the realm of some pretty good science fiction, just for the simple fact that it makes you think, right? And what you were saying just a moment ago about, you know, like not being able to sleep because of thinking and stuff like that, like there are some interesting thoughts in there dealing with what they deal with. So yeah, I think. Okay, I guess we're not close enough to select the docking port. Come on, give me the docking port. There it is. Set as target. Bam. Okay, we are going to need... Yeah, we're going to have... Our nose needs to be up, so let's pitch the nose up. That's probably good. I'm going to hit the RCS retrograde, which is going to do two things. It's going to slow us down, and it's going to give us a down translation since we're at a 45 angle to the space station. Set up in docking mode. Oh, we've slowed a little too much. There we go. And we need to translate to the left, so let's get the inertial indicator on the nav ball. We need to slide that over. It needs to be in opposition with the nose. But we don't want to move the nose too much because it's generally pointed where we want it to go. Also, seeing Ad Astra, that was like the first movie I've seen in months in the theater. I just haven't really gotten around to it this year in terms of watching movies. So there's a couple that I missed over the summer. Oops. Alright, we're going to switch over, hit the caps lock, switch to micro thrusters, because that's a little bit too much action there for me on the reaction control system. Okay, that looks pretty good there. 40 meters and closing. Electrical looks good, monopropellant looks good. Fuel tanks are still pretty full. Alright, 30 meters in closing. How does this look? We're going to have to pitch the nose up some more. Continue that downward translation. In fact, I'm going to have to increase that. Let's slow our approach. Alright, 0.2 meters per second. How does that look for the nose? We're still off angle. We're gonna have to pitch the nose up even more. We got a fair distance to travel, 13 meters still, so I think that should be fine. It looks like our left and right translation is set pretty good. Don't know that we really need to adjust. Maybe slightly to the right. Or the left, I mean. 10 meters in closing. It looks like we still need to adjust the nose up pitch angle. Alright, left to right translation is set. We're on approach. Pitch angle looks good. Bam! So this is the Kerbal International Space Station. This is where we do all of our primary missions. Alright, engine shutdown for safety. So you can see we have the blue puddle jumper is puddle jumper 1. The green puddle jumper is puddle jumper 2. We send that one out to Minmus. Puddle jumper 1 usually goes to the Mun. And then here, it's in the dark right now, is the Rich Kerbal Launch and Recovery System. This is how we send all of our rich tourist Kerbals up to the KISS and also to recover them. The puddle jumpers never leave space, they never land. They only go back and forth between space stations. So here you can see the KISS, and then the Mun, there's a twin space station, so to speak, out at the Mun, and it's called the Miss. So the puddle jumpers go back and forth here between these two stations, and then they also go back and forth to Minmus. So there's a space station at Minmus that's like, so you could say there's triplets, right? All the stations are almost nearly identical. The Mun and Minmus station are more like twins, actually, now that I think about it, because some additions were made after I put the KISS in orbit. So we expanded some more technology that we unlocked with our research, and then I just saw some improvements that I wanted to add there. One of the things that I want to show you that I was thinking about when I was docking just now, one of the additions that I added, let's see if I did it here, are these lights on the sides, because you notice we couldn't see the nose of the puddle jumper. This is the Mun lander, but we couldn't see really the docking port for the puddle jumper to make sure that it was lined up with the docking port it was coming into, and it's because we didn't have these lights here. And I'm even considering adding lights that are on these auxiliary fuel tanks that actually point out from the space station to light up the incoming craft, because the incoming craft, I mean, you saw it was well lit with the puddle jumper when it was on approach. Like the space station, it was really bright. Yeah. Let's look at this, the KISS again, where we just docked. So yeah, you can see the headlights. They're shining very brightly here on the space station. But as far as the nose, it was difficult to see if we had the pitch angle right. So there was a bit of a guesswork there for me to make sure that I had it lined up so that they would match. Because if they were off angle like this, it would have hit like this and bounced off instead of coming in to meet flat as we did. It was pretty close. I think I did pretty good getting those lined up appropriately. So having some headlights on these tanks pointing out to the spacecraft so we can see the nose, that would help with docking a lot more. But you can see this headlight here, like if I turn this off, let's turn this one off on this puddle jumper as well. You can see how much darker it gets. The ambient lights that I put on there, the color coding, but for docking you really want to have these bright headlights to see, because we were docking on the dark side. Like that was the optimal moment. That was our synchronization with the space station. This space station does have a science lab, so it's called a mobile processing lab. And right now, do I have a scientist in there? I do not. I need more scientists. We only have one, and Bob is down on the surface right now. He's back home. These hitchhiker storage containers, this is like the, what do you call it? It's where all the passengers hang out. See? This is what it looks like. They're just hanging out, chilling. There's some trash, there's some rubbish, there's some food and some not food. Somebody's in charge of toothbrushes there and the board games. So yeah, this is what it's like in the hitchhiker storage container. And this is how we move Kerbals around. So there's two of those on either side of the mobile processing lab, and then there's the command module for the space station, which is there. And then again, we've got some lights, some extra docking ports. Oh, this one I actually put a headlight on there. So it'll illuminate any spacecraft coming into dock on this port. Nice. At least I was thinking there. Oh, here's that science package we need to take out to Minmus. So the contract that we have now, because I'm playing in career mode, so you have to make money and you have to research science to unlock your new technologies. We need to pull up the contract, the crew manifest. Oh yeah, yeah. So I'm going to pull up the crew manifest for the folks that we're going to take with us out to Minmus, right here, this contract. So if you take a look at that, ferry 4 tourists safely to their destination. So the check marks show we went to the Mun, we orbited, only one of them needed to land. They all, in some form or another, need to go to Minmus, just either orbit around it or something. And then, let's see, Billy, Bob, Freed, we'll just say Billy, and then Labo, those two need to land on Minmus. So that's the next mission. So we're going to transfer crew over to Puddle Jumper 2, which apparently is empty. Do we have any fuel on here? What? We have no fuel for Puddle Jumper 2. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We gotta launch a fuel tanker. How's the monopropellant look? That's full. What about these guys? Those are not. Let's refill the monopropellant auxiliary tanks on the Puddle Jumper 2. Prep those for departure. Okay. Out. So the monopropellant, that's what you use on the reaction control system. Those are the little rockets, the little tiny thrusters that help you maneuver. So the space station has a normal reserve it has a tank that holds 120 units of that type of monopropellant, which is a different type of fuel than what's used on the main engine to burn for thrust. Okay, so that's done there. Let's go ahead and transfer everybody now. There shouldn't be a pilot on here, right? No crew, okay. I have a very specific, so we're gonna send this pilot over to here. Let's click on that, verify the pilot transferred, yes. Okay, now we're gonna transfer all of the rich Kerbals. And that one should be empty, right? It is, it is. Okay, so the second container, I'm going to transfer these two. Okay, and that one's empty. So the pilot C is empty. Okay, all crew are disembarked from Puddle Jumper 1. They are now on Puddle Jumper 2. We're going to need to launch a fuel tanker. We don't have enough fuel to get them to where they need to go. So let's head back to the Space Center. The KSC, Kerbal Space Center. Apparently the captions are thinking about fried chicken. Yeah, brilliant. Okay, heavy refueler 2. This is a second generation tanker. Let's go ahead and load that up onto the launch pad. I'm gonna get some more hot water for my tea. I'll be right back. Okay, water is heating up there. Now, this very large rocket carries a very large amount of fuel into space. This tank is pretty massive. Let's take a look at where we are. Ooh, hey, that's actually a pretty optimal spot to catch up to the Kerbal International Space Station. Set as target. We're going to do a night launch for this bad boy. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Set stabilization. System checks. Fuel. All systems are go. This is a robotic mission taking fuel to the Kerbal International Space Station. I'm going to go ahead and launch in 3, 2, 1, go, go, go. We have liftoff. Rocket has cleared the tower. First staging event will be solid rocket booster separation. Throttling down the main engine to conserve liquid fuel for the trip up to the Kerbal International Space Station. Passing through 7,500 meters. Solid rocket separation. Throttling up the main engine. Oh, what was that? No, 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 no. Why did that... Oh, man. This is a tried and true rocket system. How did that even... What? Heavy fueler 2. Gantry's engines. Separatrons. Hydraulic separators. What the heck? That was really weird. Game. So basically when I hit the spacebar, it separated for MECO, for main engine cutoff, but we were not at that point. These are supposed to come off first. That is so weird. Alright, let's try it again. I don't know that I've ever seen that before. Unless it's been an actual mistake where I didn't have the staging set properly, but in this case, the staging is set properly. That's so weird. Alright, stabilization is on. Get that set. Set the target for the space station. And launch in 3, 2, 1, go. Look at that fully operational and fully upgraded Kerbal Space Center. Very pretty sight. Okay, staging. T-minus 20 seconds to solid rocket booster separation. That's interesting, because that was not showing up before. It was doing something else entirely. 10 seconds to SRB separation. Three, two, one. Throttling up main engine. Good separation on the solid rocket boosters. Passing through 17,000 meters. Beginning our gravity turn. Let's take a look at our apogee for this launch. 24,000 meters and climbing. $30,000. T-minus 20 seconds until main engine cutoff. Gravity assist right there. T-minus 10 seconds to MECO. 42,000 meters. We need to turn hard for the horizon. Throttling down as we prepare for MECO. Main engine cutoff. Stage separation. Booster engine is ignited. Full throttle on the booster engine. 67,000 meters and climbing. Next event is fairing separation. On the nose cone. 73,000 meters. We have good separation on the fairing. Lights. Let's go ahead and extend our antenna and solar panel. T-minus 1 minute 35 seconds to apogee. So basically with this spacecraft we only have the headlight. This is a very cheap robotic gas tank. Since we're playing in career mode and we have a concern for money, playing very capitalist in terms of our approach. Alright, staging there. Orbital engine is now lit. T-minus 1 minute to apogee. Let's take a look at our tracking station to see this looks like. Full throttle on the orbital engine. Night launches are kind of boring. You don't really get to see the rocket and all that, but in terms of the launch window, it's what you do. An ascending node does not look at inclination. Does not look nice at all. Let's see if we can adjust that en route. There we go. Okay, we're going to do a fuel transfer. That was not an efficient launch. I messed a couple of things up there. We can see our trajectory stretching across the surface of Kerbin. Reaching for orbit and a periapsis. Alright, periapsis is forming now. Once we hit 70, we'll be in orbit. Okay, 73, close enough. We have orbit. Looking good there. Now, as far as catching up. So we need a small orbit. Travel a shorter distance than the space station is traveling. But we don't want to pass the space station either. Let's warp here. Okay, let's get to 90 degrees and see if we can't push that apogee around to match up with the space station. We're going to push prograde on the orbit in order to do that. I just realized I've been sitting for a really long time there. My back is kind of... Okay, prograde burn. We want those altitudes to match if possible, but also lining up would be nice. Okay. That's about as good as we're going to get. Intersect 1 of 558 kilometers. So, the space station will still be ahead of us when we get here. Let's see what happens when we get there. How far, what kind of adjustments we'll need to do for the next orbit in order to get our rendezvous. Bam, just 310. Okay. What was it before? 558? Hashtag math. Minus 310, 248. So we're going to do one more orbit, and then we're going to do a minor adjustment. Because 248 is 310, so it's going to cut the distance down between the space station and the fuel tanker by 248 kilometers. So that'll give us a good 68 kilometers that we can do an adjustment here at the top of the orbit, refine that rendezvous point. 3, 2, 1. Okay, 53 kilometers is what it ends up being. So let's go here and take a look at this. If we add a maneuver here, what can we get? Retrograde brings it together. Okay, fantastic. Showing closest approach 4.7 kilometers. We're going to need to do an inclination burn as well at some point. We need to get turned around pretty quick here for this maneuver. It's a small maneuver. And engine shutdown. Okay, so next opportunity to adjust our inclination and flatten out these orbits. So you see how the blue orbit, the target, is below our orbit, the green one, and on this side it's above. So this is the ascending node. We are ascending. So what we're going to do here is we're going to add a maneuver, and we're going to point our rocket on the anti-normal, which if you look over here you can see I'm going to click on this. You'll see it blink, it gets big. Anti-normal node. And then you can see in the middle of the screen here the separation, the angle separation is dropping. 0.3, 0.2, 0.1, 0.0 degrees. Fantastic. That brings approach there, 4.8. We can refine that now that we have inclination matching after this maneuver. Okay, we need to get set up for the anti-normal. So the flamey end is up and the pointy end is down. We also need to make sure we have good solar panel exposure on the sunny side there. The blue maneuver node, keep your eye on the ball. Tell you where to go. Alright, we have 0.6 on the solar panel exposure. Let's bring that roll to the left counterclockwise. There we go. 1.0. Maneuver in 3, 2, 1, go. Engine ignition. Shut down. Alright, let's take a look at the tracking station, see what we got here. Separation is 6.9 kilometers. Let's add a maneuver. Let's see what we need to do. We need to burn retrograde. Okay. 3 meters per second. Okay, so I can get a closest approach 2.2 kilometers, a relative speed of 47.1 meters per second. That's not bad at all. That's pretty good. Let's check our solar panel. That looks pretty good. Maneuvers in T-minus 10 seconds. Alright, even better on the solar panel. Ignition. Whoa! Whoops. I have to use RCS to correct that. I overdid it. And it's taking a lot because the mass of this spacecraft is pretty large due to the fuel tank. Okay, 2.19 kilometers on intersect 1. Looking pretty good. Go ahead and delete the maneuver node. And let's do the time warp again. We are ready for rendezvous. Let's do the time warp again. Looks like there's going to be another nighttime docking. We might be able to land. We might be able to hit on the as the sun rises. We'll see. Okay, space station we're looking for it. There it is, 3 kilometers. Make sure your stabilization on. Target says, the nav ball says target. Turning retrograde. Engine at 50%. Coming up on closest approach, let's go ahead and fire the main engine. Bring that target relative speed to 0.0. Did I not? Alright, we need to enable crossfeed here. Okay, let's go ahead and turn towards the target. Get the nose onto the target indicator there. Alright, thanks, buddy. Have a good night. Thanks for stopping by again. Alright, fire up the main engine. 2.2 kilometers. So let's get our speed 7 meters per second. That should be fine. Hope you have a good rest of your weekend. If I see you tomorrow night, 9 o'clock Mountain Time, -6 on Universal Time. Look at that, we do have sunrise. Fantastic. Alright, we're going to do a little bitty fast forward here, because 3 minutes is... that's a long time in real time. I'd prefer to get there quicker. Alright, heavy fuel tanker on approach to the Kerbal International Space Station. Dropping our relative speed again to 0.0, and then we're gonna head towards the target after that. I'm gonna roll clockwise momentarily so I can get the dorsal side up. Pilot orientation is nice to have so that there's no confusion. Okay, let's yaw to the right. It is to refuel. I didn't realize that we ran out of fuel at the space station. So in order to send the Puddle Jumper 2 over to Minmus with our rich Kerbals, well, we need gas. So here we go. Alright, let's pitch the nose down just slightly. It looks like a couple of degrees there. Throttle up the main engine. Alright, 5 meters per second ought to be plenty. Oh my! Somebody going to the bathroom. It's not what you think it is. Okay. RCS, let's translate over to the left a bit. There we go. Most people think the bio is for biography, but no, not in this case. It's for bio break. You know, when Mother Nature calls, it's not a good idea for her to leave a voicemail. Don't let her leave a message. No. Bad idea. Alright, 900 meters in closing, 4.8 meters per second. How much fuel do we have on this thing? It's mostly full. It's good 80%. I didn't screw up the launch completely. Alright, 800 meters in closing. We are drifting a little bit, however. I'm going to take a look at the space station. How does that... Oh, we're situated this way. So we've got... So the science module is currently there. I guess we'll have to dock to the nose of the space station, which is where we're currently targeted. Yeah, okay, that's fine. We can do that. Alright, RCS. Bringing that over, 600 meters in closing, 4.5 meters per second. Let's go ahead and shut down the main engine for safety. From here out, it is the reaction control system. Solar panel looks good. I'm gonna fast forward a little because it's just like taking a while. Okay, we are still translating to the left. I don't know why that is. I guess technically that is to the right, not the left. Guess it depends on your perspective. Alright, 200 meters in closing. I'm going to slow our approach to 2 meters per second. Well, by the time we get there, we're going to need to slow down even more. Alright, 115 meters in closing. I'm going to slow our approach to 1 meter per second. RCS off, stabilization off. I'm going to yaw to the right. Get the nose prepped for docking. Get it in the proper orientation. .65 meters and closing. Looks like we need to pitch the nose down a smidge as well. Okay, let's stop the yaw motion. .45 meters in closing. Alright, let's hold her steady there. Looks like a good approach angle. Stabilization is on. Ranch control system. Let's do some translation to bring our speed down. 5 meters per second. Let's head towards the target. 25 meters in closing. How does our approach angle look? Looks like we need to yaw a little more to the right, so RCS off. 20 meters in closing. Okay, that looks good. Let's stabilize this configuration here. Reaction control system is on. .12 meters in closing. Let's set up for micro thrusters. Slow our approach, 0.2 meters per second.
Preston Garden, Commonwealth Minute. I've gotten word about a settlement that's being threatened by raiders. I'll mark the location on your map.
Raiders? What? No! RCS and stabilization is off. Used a time warp to limit RCS. Interesting. Snap 2, right there. Okay, good dock. Way to go. Mission control. Heavy tanker has docked with the Kerbal International Space Station. Okay, let's go ahead and... Okay, that tank is empty. We're going to fill up the Puddle Jumper 2. Both the primary and secondary tanks. Yeah, oxidizer as well. Thank you very much. So I do have a contract to expand the Mun International Space Station. I'm not sure if I'm going to work on that tonight or tomorrow night. But yeah, we're going to think about some new add-ons to the space station there. Okay, let's fill up the Puddle Jumper 1 so that we just know it's ready for next time as well. Primary and secondary tanks. Excuse me. Okay, fuel transfer is going well. Everything's looking solid. Alright, secondary tank is full, primary tank approaching 100%. Okay, Puddle Jumper 1, primary and secondary tanks are 100%. Let's see, monopropellant and auxiliary tanks. Looking good there. Okay, let's check on Puddle Jumper 2. Auxiliary tanks, yeah, looks like that one's full. On monopropellant, primary fuel tank is 100%, secondary fuel tank is 100%. Monoprop to the space station reserves. Let's go ahead and fill that up. What's up? Okay, that looks good. Now, reserve fuel tanks. Let's go ahead and fill these bad boys up. Getting ready to go to Minmus. We needed a little bit of top off the fuel tanks kind of deal. So we sent up a heavy tanker, heavy refueler. Yeah. But yeah, we're going to go to Minmus. We're going to land on Minmus. We have a couple of rich Kerbals that need to go there. We need to remember to take our science probe with us, that's for sure. Speaking of science, there's data on the Puddle Jumper 2 that needs to be moved over to the Rich Kerbal launch and recovery system. Okay, heavy tanker is nearly empty, having completed its mission. Okay, heavy tanker, heavy refueler, you are go for separation. Mission complete. Okay, let's take a look at, is there data, or did I already move the data? Let's check. I guess you can't see Puddle Jumper 1. Nope, it's on Puddle Jumper 1. Okay, so that means our pilot needs to do an EVA. Ba-dum, 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 ba. PQS mod called Voronoi Craters. Huh, interesting. I don't know what a PQS is though. Alright, let's grab hold of that. Let's get the data. go, and then we're going to send you to the jetpack on, first of all. Send you down to the Rich Kerbal launch and recovery system. That way we have the data on hand when she returns. The itty bitty reaction control system thrusters on the suits. Man, these suits just keep getting better and better. It feels like these guys are, man, I love it. I tell you what, I love it. Grab a hold. Okay. You're going to transfer, store the experiments. Wow, that just... Okay, fantastic. I'll just do the... Transfer you back to the puddle jumper too. Okay, so now we're gonna verify transfer. Yes, good to go. Let's verify the crew manifest. Crew looks good there. Crew looks good there. Alright, primary tank 100%, secondary tank 100%. Monopropellant looks good. Alright, you are cleared for departure. Stabilization, RCS. Goes from scaled space to PQS scaled space. I still don't know what PQS stands for. It's basically what your planet looks like from afar, and PQS is what your planet looks like up close. International gas station. Yeah, I know, right? Okay. Also has a diner and a bar. I mean, Rich Kerbals, you gotta take care of these guys, right? Let's see here. I'm sure you're gonna want to be prograde for whatever maneuver you have up and coming. Let's switch reaction control system to full thrusters. Engine, 100%. Engine is live. Okay, let's set our target. Minmus Station. We have a heck of a ascending and descending node, 5.7 degrees. And that's gonna burn a lot of fuel, isn't it? Oh well. We gotta do it. Holy rusted steel, Batman. At least it gets us going the direction we need to go. Pushing that apogee out on the orbit. Okay, I'm gonna go with that. 218 meters per second delta V, and then we're gonna have a maneuver to get there. He's back! What's up, Gabriel? Welcome back, buddy. Thanks for the host. It's good to see ya. We're going to Minmus. You're just spicing up your moon. Nice. Okay, so here We need to pull on the prograde handle. That looks kind of wild. Dun dun dun. Let's zoom out so we have a larger view. Oh, I can't see how much delta V that is. We're gonna need to slide the window around. Let's retrograde. Yeah. Holy rusted seal, Batman. What does that look like? Let's go look at Minmus. That is all manner of crazy right there. I hit retrograde one click and it disappears, and then I hit prograde one click and it doesn't return. Like, come on, flight computer, you're killing me here. Oh, it's because we're changing 2 meters per second. Let's throw. Hey, you won your soccer game 5-0. Dude, that's huge. Nice, good job. Internet high five right there. Bam. That's pretty heckin' awesome. This is confusing. I think what I'll do is I'll wait until after the inclination burn. I'm going to delete this maneuver node. We'll do the inclination burn, and then we'll look at what we can do in terms of our trans-Minmus injection orbit. Basketball game 15-2. Nice. So, Gabriel, tell us, did you score any goals? Are you the goalie? What did you do? How do you feel about the game? Alright, we're doing the time warp. What is that, an anti-normal maneuver? Kind of looks like it. 218 meters per second of delta V. Bleh, that's huge. Nope, it's a normal burn, not an anti-normal. Didn't score, but got an assist. Nice. Good job. Man, look at that angle. That's huge. At least we're already in orbit. We don't have to spend that much fuel to get there. Okay, T-minus 35 seconds to maneuver. Let's take a look at how this looks. Engine is live, engine is 100%. Yeah, that'll be fine. Everything's fine. Good grief, that's 5.7 degrees. It seems more than that. Like 10 or 15, but I don't know. Alright, 5 seconds till maneuver. 3, 2, 1, ignition. There she goes. You can see her lifting up over there, coming down over here. 3, 2, 1. Engine shutdown. Alright, verify the inclination, 0.2 degrees. I don't know that we're really going to have much adjustment to do here. Okay, let's see here. Let's bring that window back. Prograde. Whoops. What does that look like for our approach? Focus view here. Periapsis, 526,000. I'll take that. A burn of 876.3 meters per second delta V on the prograde for the maneuver. And we adjusted the windows, so we need to burn now. Engine is live. Roll maneuver. Stability assist. Let's move towards the maneuver indicator right there. Team is co-ed. If girls score, we get 2 goals, and that's what happened. Oh, wow. Nice. And Caller and I gotta go to a birthday in 10 hours. He's a long weekend. Oh, the flooding. Dang. Yeah. Yeah. Definitely get your rest. And have fun at the birthday tomorrow. Thanks for the host again. Good seeing you, buddy. And congrats again on the game. Alright, that maneuver node is sliding a little bit. 15 seconds to shut down. Okay. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Alright, we're going to manually throttle here, slowly but surely. Alright, let's clear the maneuver node. Let's see what we have. 6-day journey. I don't know. I need to click on this one, I guess. Focus view here. Alright, can we... Yes, we can. That's about as far as I want to go there. Okay, fantastic. Main engine there. KSP2 will be spring 2020. Yep, we heard that. Good news. Did you see they were mounting one of the fins onto the Starhopper down in Boca Chica, Florida? Or not Boca Chica. Cocoa Beach, Florida. And progress is still continuing at Boca Chica as well. So they have that going for them. Oh! I forgot to take the science probe. Again! And I haven't been quick saving or saving at all. So it's not like I can revert and just go back. That's 3 times now, guys. I have forgotten that science experiment. I can't believe I did that again. Grr. It's right there, sitting on the end of the space station. Ready to go. Docking port, landing legs, robot, solar panels, high gain antenna, everything we need. plus what's contained in here is multiple science experiments. So, I can't believe that. Alright, well, it's there for next time. We go to Minmus, whenever that is. It's gonna take those guys 6 days to get to Minmus. So, meanwhile, let's mess around with some other stuff. Let's go to the Space Center. So we need to make an addition to the Mun International Space Station, to the MISS. That needs to grow. Needs to hold some additional Kerbals. What should a space station expansion look like? What are we going to add? Station expansion module. Okay, so that's just fuel tanks and such. One of the things I did talk about was changing or adding some lights here. To help with incoming ships that are docking. We have extra batteries. Hang on a second. Electrical. Nope. Okay, batteries, no upgrades there. That's all fine. Solar panels are all those guys. What are you doing? Yes, overwrite. Okay, so that's done there. How did it get flipped over? Turned over 180 degrees. Weird. And those are just auxiliary fuel tanks is all. That's all that is. The question is, can we... That's a considerably larger tank. However, in terms of okay, that would be interesting. New. No, we already have it saved in a sub-assembly. So here's the thing I want to look at. We have structural. There's a bicoupler, there's the tricoupler. Why is this acting so funny? For crying out loud. I just want to stick it on the thing. That still doesn't work. Why is it that? That's really strange to me. Okay, we're gonna rotate that. There we go. Those hold quite a bit of fuel. Lots of Kerbals there. Alright, you know what we're gonna do? I was hoping to copy. Why can I cannot copy the entire thing? It'll only let me copy sub-assemblies? Oh, come on. Really? There we go. To limit carbon emissions, make sure to drink the gasoline instead of burning it. Well, there is that. Okay, so this would be a massive space station upgrade here. Oh no, now I can't. All that work I just did to... Alright, sub-assemblies. I'm trying to just make a new... Super Space Station Habitat Upgrade. Plus fuel. Okay, so anyhow. BP is the best company for the gasoline beverage. Okay, I'll stop. Okay. Thanks for the non sequiturs. I am just looking to expand. But we also electrically... how do I want to do this? Dun, 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 dun. I mean, that's really all we need to meet the contract. You know? Seriously? Like, it snaps, and then as soon as I barely move the mouse, if I click the button and get off, the target totally screws it up. Like, this is literally all we need for the MUN station to meet the contract. Oh, 4,178 liquid fuel. We already have capacity for some. So I guess we do need the fuel tanks on there. Maybe not. Okay, how much fuel capacity is that? 270, 540. $810 times 2 would put it at 1,600. The space station currently has some fuel capacity. Selected part is not attachable. What do you mean? It's got docking ports on it. Alright, mishab and fuel expansion. We need to go look at the current capacity, because it's not showing me on the contract here in the VAB. VAB. Okay, so it currently 1112. That's how much it has, it's not how much it stores. Okay, so it's 3 times 360. on those tanks. 1,080 is what it's capable of storing. Plus the 1,600-ish. That's not enough to meet the demand of the contract. Whoops. Apparently, it's gotta have a lot of fuel containment. What kind of tanks we got here? How do these look? Has a big flipping tank, isn't it? This one's not so bad. Okay. Plus the 1,100 at the station. It's still not quite there. We need one more of those silly tanks. So we basically need to do that. How much does that silly thing weigh? 40 tons? What? I think what we'll do is we'll empty most of the fuel on this when we launch it. What additional... That certainly is purple, isn't it? Kind of looks funny when they're just floating there, doesn't it? Yeah. What about we add some robotic parts? For the fun of it. Robotics. So we got... alligator hinges. our lights. Why are they crooked? Why don't they stick onto the hinges straight? That is just so weird. I don't know if those are going to be bright enough for the entire space station. Also, can we adjust? Oh, we can. Target angle. Okay. Hello there. How you doing? Trying to figure out how I want to configure these lights. For this new addition to the MUN International Space Station. We're working on a contract here. Expand station, MUN International Space Station. The MISS. And it's got to be able to hold 4,178 units of liquid fuel. It currently is capable of holding 1,100, so this is going to add enough, in theory, to do that, as well as facility supporting at least 24 Kerbals. It currently supports 20, according to... Oh, hold on a second. I need to reconsider that because the lander is docked. The lander is 7, so it actually currently only supports 13 in reality. Uh-oh. Man, this is a huge addition to the space station. Why you no let me copy? Alright, fine. I'll just click that. Dun, dun, dun. Good way to meet it. Should count for the lander as long as you complete the contract first before... Yeah, exactly. What was the other one? It was 100 degrees, right? I love that we can just dial it in now. Exact numbers there. Okay, so here's the thing. Action groups. These guys. Toggle hinge. Locked? No. Same visual interaction. How do I... Okay, so here's the question. How do you toggle those? That's the target angle. Angle limit. Damping. Traverse rate. How do I... How do I know that that action group, the toggle group, is going to open the hinge or not? Just so that the lights are actually up at an angle that will illuminate the station. Because if you put the lights on the sides, like, it just kind of goes off. I want to actually have lights shining down and illuminating the station, right? For example, let's go take a look at the Mon station right now, the Miss. Toggle the forward and reverse action, then try and play, yeah. So you see how the lights currently, we're on the dark side. So if the lights are down here on the component itself, right, on the module, it just kind of goes, and you don't really get a lot of illumination further down the rest of the space station. Like, it's kind of bright here, yeah. And then same thing here, like these lights kind of illuminate the docking ports so that you can see them when you're on approach. Because if you happen to be docking at nighttime, this is what it looks like. Like you're coming in, you're getting closer, you're getting closer, you're getting closer. Granted, I put headlights on all of my spacecraft anyway. You can actually see how bright it is here if I turn off the headlight for the lander, for example. But I use this, the Mark II or the Mark I illuminator for that. The Mark IIs are more spread out and lower density light. So the idea with the hinge arms is it puts them higher, it sticks them out away from the space station so they can shine back down on the space station. For a straight line down the station. Yeah. So I'm just trying to, these are more diffuse than the spotlights are, than the Mark Is. The Mark IIs are just kind of a, you know, because they really don't shine down the space station. But I figure if they're up on the hinge and then thus pointed back down towards the space station, they'll have a better illumination effect. In theory, right? So the idea is that section we'll just tack it on here to the docking port there, or we could put it on this end, either end. I typically dock spacecraft onto the auxiliary fuel tanks here, and then the fuel tanker usually docks here as well. To do that, our space station auxiliary monopropellant tank is there. But yeah, so if I add that additional module, and it's huge, and it's only because of the fuel requirement. So there's 4, that's 8, 2 more here is 10, 1 there is 11. 3 there makes 14. 4 more there makes 18. That contract... Oh, it does say 18. Why did I think 20? I don't know what I was thinking. I mean, the station itself only supports, was it 8, 10, 11, technically. So, if I send up that new module with 2 hitchhiker storage containers, that adds 8. So the 8 to the 18 is definitely, that'll put us at 26, but we'll have to do it when the lander is still docked, which that's how we do it anyway, because nobody gets here otherwise. Oh, I wonder if that's what happened when I had the puddle jumper. Why doesn't the puddle jumper count when we get here? Does it still distinguish it as a step? No, because the lander's here and it doesn't. Puddle jumper is 8 plus 1, so it's 9. 18 plus 9 is 27. It should have met this oh, it did. We didn't have the fuel requirements, that's why. So we had the station capacity for Kerbals when the puddle jumper was docked there, but we didn't have the fuel capacity. So let's make an S-shaped bend. The range of motion you get is really good, and you can use it to just get extra high up. Yeah. The other thing I was thinking of doing is just doing the hydraulic, the extenders, the long ones that just, you know, zoop, doing that sort of thing. Okay, so to have a true 24, we would need 6 of these hitchhiker storage containers. There's already 2 here. I guess that'd be 6 total. Because even if we did 5, that would get us to 20, and then 22, 23. It still would be shy. So we need to send up at least 4 hitchhiker storage containers on the space station expansion to have a true 24. That's not like counting the lander and the puddle jumper and stuff. It does not. No, the puddle jumper just has a... the command module is the cupola. I'll show you what a puddle jumper looks like. The puddle jumper, it's our space bus. That's a puddle jumper. So docking port on the belly, docking port on the nose, headlight there for docking, 4 times solar panels. Hold up, this is not the current configuration. There we go, puddle jumper 1 and 2. Oh, it's got them inside of their launch rockets. Okay, so this is basically, I mean, you get a sense of it. I added some external lights to make them glow, so to speak. So I can tell just at a glance which one is 1 and 2, because puddle jumper 1 is blue and puddle jumper 2 is green, based on the exterior lighting. So, yeah, but this basically just goes back and forth to the moon or Minmus. They've got enough delta V on them to do that, and then with the docking port on the nose, if I need to add extra, you know, science probes or little science experiments, like, it'll push, because it's got a pretty respectable, you know, set of fuel tanks, and if necessary, it'll top off at the space station for the return trip. But yeah, it's got, you know, a pretty reasonable payload we can add on to the nose, whether it comes to science experiments or whatever, and then of course reaction control for all that stuff. But anyhow, where's my... mishap and fuel expansion? Let's load that. So the idea with the lights being, you know, higher out is they will illuminate the station better. But I'm kind of looking at this thinking maybe I move these here. Oh, right there. And that way when they glow up, they will. And if we wanted to, we could make them, you know, fancy colors. I do kind of like that, actually, now that I think about it. Nightbot, why are you talking about Borderlands? We're not playing Borderlands right now. Oh yeah, both sides of the hinge, and then that way we could illuminate this as well. Oh yeah, and then color scheme for each section of the station. Yeah, that's possible. Or I could just put some lights on here, because since it tapers down, it's not like we need a whole lot. Yeah, since it tapers down, it's already going to be like naturally illuminated, so to speak. Although, see, that's the thing, you can't really tell when you're in the vehicle assembly building, like how the lights are going to turn out. Yeah, that's probably fine there. Stack separator in the middle, just for giggles. Right in the middle of this? Why? Have fun. Things like that. A stack separator. Yeah, I don't know about that. That would cause me problems. I'm accident prone that way. 2 new wings for the station. Right? Alright, let's save the progress on that. I mean, technically, yeah, because, you know, if we expanded the station on the 3 nodes that are coming off, I don't know. The other thing, I mean, we could get into some seriously crafty, crazy stuff if we wanted to, right? Heh. Seriously crafty, crazy stuff. Okay. Let's consider for a moment. How would we launch this, though? We're just gonna have to flesh it out. So first of all, hitchhiker storage container. Is there a way? Yes, there is. Okay, so we're gonna do... He's back! Curly Kerbal, welcome, buddy. Thanks for the host there. How you guys doing? Let's get a shout out for Curly Kerbal for that wonderful host. For those of you who don't know Curly Kerbal, another KSP streamer. What's the mission tonight? So we're sending some folks to Minmus. And then, while that's going on, hey, what's up, RG? We've got this contract to expand the MISS, the Mon International Space Station. Right? So it has to be able to contain 4,178 units of liquid fuel, very strange number, and hold 24 Kerbals. And let me show you, let's don't save that, we can do that pretty easily. The first concept that I made, thinking, all right, I'm going to expand the space station and we're going to have fuel and habitat. Curly Kerbal Raider today, yeah! So here was my first concept that we would add to the space station. These are all fuel tanks. I would not launch it with fuel, that would be kind of absurd. We've got hinges here to extend the lights once it gets on station. And part of that is, I've just noticed, like, if you put the lights right on the part, like, it doesn't really illuminate that well. So putting them up on these hinges to, like, be, like, over the station and then tilt them back towards it, it looks a lot better. It lights it up a lot nicer. Hopefully my action groups, they stuck when I toggled that, yeah. Just did Mimus yourself. Nice. 1,500 units of mono and 13 Kerbals. Whoa! Yeah, this will be, we're currently sending, this is our third group of rich Kerbals heading out to Minmus. 2 of them need to land, the other ones just need to orbit, so we'll leave them on the space station while the other 2 head down to land, and then, you know, of course, do our EVA, get a surface sample, plant a flag, because we also got a mission. Plant flag on Minmus. That's a cool 100 grand right there, easy peasy money. Also, I have now, as of tonight, the beginning of the stream, check this out. A fully operational and upgraded Kerbal Space Center. Level 3. Everything. Bam. Fully upgraded. Fully upgraded. Fully upgraded. Fully upgraded. Fully upgraded. Even this rinky-dink little building over here that I usually forget about. Fully upgraded. Research, just so you guys can see. Yeah, it is a lot of money, no doubt. So here's where we are on the tech tree. I still got plenty of science to do. I've got science coming in. I've got a couple of service samples at the Kerbal International Space Station that'll be returning once we get the Minmus ones as well on the return trip when we bring the rich Kerbals home. So that's already locked and loaded, ready to come back. We have a science experiment on the KISS that I have now 3 times forgotten to take with me to Minmus for other science experiments. Oh, brother, I tell you what, sometimes I feel like a lost cause. But yeah, that was an expensive venture. Fortunately, we're doing all right. We still got 4.7 million left for, you know, building spacecraft, building space stations. I do have another contract as well. I need to build a solar space station, completely brand new, something that I've never done before. Also, just haven't gotten around to it for whatever reason. So we're going to do that eventually. But right now, working on the space station expansion for the MISS. So here's the notes. Currently supports 18 Kerbals. Natively, the space station holds, what did we just figure out? 11? But since the lander is usually attached to it, that adds another 7, so it's 18, and we need to get it to 24. And then additional fuel, it holds just over 1,000 units of fuel. With the lander, it holds more. 13-kilometer rover ride on Duna. Oh no. So yeah, that's what I'm doing right now. Just trying to figure this out. And the other guys, it's going to take them 6 days to get to Minmus, so you know, you just do other things in the meanwhile. So this was one thought. This is the first concept of a space station expansion. And then I had another idea, which was what I was implementing when you rolled in on us just now. And I think, actually... I'm having thoughts. I'm having considerations on something here. A truly groundbreaking experiment. Experiment 626. We shall create you better and stronger. That's not how he actually speaks. That sounded more like the one dude from that Marvel movie. How do I want to attach? I need structural. So we need to attach it to the space station, so we'll need one of these. No. Here's what I really need to look at. How big... How big can you go? Okay, we're gonna have to do it with a rotor, not a servo, because, well, frankly. That's pretty small. That's a decent size, I suppose. That's tiny. Yes, I am actually entertaining this thought now that I have the ability to do so. What? Is there a minimum or something? Like, what? Apparently 5 is the minimum. Okay, fine. Now we need to attach that. Structural. It'd be nice if it were something a little bit larger. That seems small. But then again, so is our engine. I mean our motor. Okay, it cannot attach to that. Lame. I am, in fact, entertaining this thought, y'all. Why is that? Weird. Why would you not attach? Oh my drama. There we go. Nope. Call this Miss Artificial Gravity. Yeah. We're just gonna make up some really crazy stuff. Okay, so here's the thing. Structural. Is that gonna hold? Yeah, that right there. Yeah, I know, right? I'm gonna figure that out here in a second, but I just want to make sure that I'm able to put this Oh, this is so annoying. Come on, Kerbal. Let me put this on the thing. Well, that key helps. Alright, and then the docking port. I don't even know if this is going to be robust enough to hold. When we stick it onto the space station. But right now I just want to see if the silly thing works. Yeah. Well, Alright, fine. Let's put... Seriously, you're not going to let me attach the probe? Oh, come on. Yeah, I am. And it's still not. See, if I do it there, it sticks. And then that one sticks. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Which way do I need to turn you? There, finally. Oh, so annoying. Okay. I just want to see if this thing is actually going to spin. Oh, I should have added some more another action group for like a button to like start and stop the motor turning, right? Oh well. This is how you learn. You try stuff you've never done before. The Kraken! Ah! Oh my. Look at this thing. Look at this thing. That is so hilarious. I don't even know, like, what is going on here? What? It's alive. It's... Ah. Oh, that is so hilarious. I don't even... Like, what? What was that? It needs more struts. Apparently. I mean, in low gravity, it's not gonna do that. There's no reason for it to do that in low gravity, you know? Alright, Alright, so hold on a second. Here's what I want to look at. If we... Nope. Okay, now I can't get that thing off of that thing. Auto struts and rigid attachment. Test it, go directly to space. I don't know how to go directly to space. And I don't have any mods. I've never played with mods. I was thinking what I need to do is get rid of this stupid little thing and put in one of these cylinders. Attach that to there. Alt F12 and then set orbit. Oh, okay. Well, I still want to figure out how to redo this thing. There we go. There we go. Yes. Can we not attach that onto the side of that? Oh, my drama. How about... No, that's not going to attach either. Do these things just not stick to... I guess with that being the anchor part. The four-way adapter. This cube, this micronode, that was what was on there before. I was looking for something larger and more solid, you know, so it wouldn't wiggle all over the place. This is what was here for the first time. Bigger one? What bigger one? That's the only one I have. There's the cubic orthogonal slot, which is basically this, only smaller. Modular girder adapter, like that. There's a 1.25 adapter. Oh, I probably haven't researched it yet then. I don't know that I've ever seen one that big. Radial attachment point. Ha! Well, I got it on there once. Now it won't. Just want it to be balanced. Would you just snap, please? Like, I want you to be centered and snapped. Okay, like that, I guess. There we go. See, these guys will stick on there without a radial attachment. Doodad. Or maybe they won't. I don't know how balanced this is going to be, but doesn't look promising. I need to move this back. Does that look lined up with the bottom one? Huh. All these discoveries, learning how to do new stuff. Oops. Okay. I can't imagine that's going to be balanced because of this thing. Oh well. Toggle motor power. Engage motor drive. What's the difference? Five apparently is the minimum on that guy, so we're gonna see what happens. This is entertaining, right? We'll see how wonky it gets. Oh. Starting to turn. There goes the light toggles. They go all the way flat, they all go all the way forward. Okay, well. Now I know what I need to fix on the lights. Since they're, you know, they toggle all the way down this direction. There's got to be an angle limiter on them. But the motor works. It does what I want it to do, which is, you know, create a circular, spinny space station aspect. Try the Alt F12. Am I supposed to see something pop up on the screen? I'm going to use the other Alt and try that. Alt F12. I'm not seeing anything, guys. But it is certainly very bendy right here because of the stress, the weight of the items, even though the fuel tanks are empty. Alright. No, not that fast. No, no, no. We're not going 300 RPM. I was kind of hoping I could do like 2. No, it stops. 5 is the minimum, I guess. Somebody had me trying to do Alt F12 like 6 months ago for something else, and it didn't work then either. Okay, so at least we know what spins. No, I don't have any mods. I've never used mods on this game. Okay, so at least we know this configuration will spin. The amount of electricity it's going to use. Minus 1.5. Couple of solar panels. Turn cheats on in the settings. Okay, so those 2 solar panels are enough to recharge even though the motor is running. And then we'll just need to put enough electrical storage on board to accommodate the system when we're on the dark side of the moon. I wonder how big I should make it. It doesn't need to be that big, you know. That seems pretty sufficient right there to me. It also means we could change the fuel tanks. Oh, okay, so here's a thought. It's a weird looking rocket. Can it get to the moon? No, in fact, it cannot. So here's what I'm gonna do actually. So we don't really need these. So all we need is habitat and fuel tanks. And these are large fuel tanks as is. These are diminished because they're cones. So I'm gonna get rid of those 2. I'm going to... Maybe I can get to the mountains like a wheel, right? It'll spin right up and go to the mountains. I'm also just thinking about what do I need to do. Okay, so now that I know how that all works, here's what I want to look at. I wanted to click that button. Okay, so first of all, we'll just get this guy on here to start things rolling. Structural. Rocketman brand adapter 02 versus FLA5 adapter. Oh, that is the bigger one. Okay. So what if... Okay, so what if we use a central fuel tank? We mount the motor. How much is that? That's 720. Also, docking port there. That's what I really need to do. That's not going to attach. Silly me. Alright, fine. Let's use the smaller one and then... yeah. Now here's the thing, we need to be able to disassemble and then send it to space and reassemble it as various payloads, whether it's one launch or two launches or something like that. I need to figure this out. Oh, hey, also... yeah, that's something too, because we have robotics. Bum bum. Where's my structural stuff? I need radial attachment point. What size do we want? What about this one? That seems pretty small, doesn't it? Yeah, I want more opportunities to use robotic parts, so that's why I'm exploring this option. Oh, buddy. Oh, buddy. Okay. This totally looks like what we want. Okay, so that was the 1P4 telescoping. This is the 3P6. This one is massive. This one is ginormous. Hold up, so we're gonna set that aside. We're gonna put this one on here. How big does this get as far as its extension? Yeah. Also, those are large. Oh my. Man, so I'm just trying to think how... yeah, we gotta get all of this in a payload to the MUN. It needs to be able to support... I think those are too small. And this one only extends 2 parts, whereas this goes 3. Those are really small. Okay, so here's a thought. on these guys. Target angle. No, we'll go this direction. So we can launch it in the retracted position like this. Coupling. Oops. No. In case anybody wants to dock with that. Unfolding expansion. Save. Okay, so we're getting started with that. Now what we're also going to want No, what the heck just happened there? Action group. So, action group 1. You're going to hit these guys. We're going to toggle the hinge. Right? Yes. Action group 2, we're going to hit these guys. We're going to extend the piston. Now we need to traverse rate 1. Okay, that's fine. These guys, target angle is 90 or 0. Traverse rate, let's reduce that. I don't know how this is going to start out though. Experimentation. Trial by error. The Cal controller is your best friend. Yes, of course. All this mess reduced to one button. Yeah. Okay, so going the wrong way. But yeah. Oh, going the other direction. What? I mean, I like the slow traverse rate, that's nice. Question. Oh, you're gonna go all the way, aren't you? I guess I didn't make it tall enough. I did hit that on toggle, didn't I? Or did I only hit it on extend? Alright, fine. Okay, so now the hinges. Your headphones started speaking? Oh my. That's quite extraordinary. Okay, so that should limit those guys, right? Let's see. How you doing, Simple Garrick? You have speaking headphones, eh? Was beeping when tapped it. kept making it beep. Interesting. Interesting. We're doing some experimentation with some robotic parts. We need to expand the Mon International Space Station. Okay, so it's starting there, but we want it to start in the retracted position, because this is how we want it configured for launch. When it's inside the fairing, we want it this way. And then we get to the space station and they open up. Once we've docked, they open up. All right, and then we extend. Dun, dun, dun. Then we have docking ports on the ends, and then we're going to stick everything on the ends of those. Now, the motor is not running, like at all. Locked? No. How do I turn on the motor now? I guess I need a, oh, there we go, torque limit. Nope. Okay, so when this is in space, gravity is not going to be as much of an issue, so we're not going to really need to worry about that. Wow, look at those shadows. Some very complex shadows rolling down here. That's awesome. Okay, so that will get our station rotating. What really surprises me is that the motor is running with, like, no electricity. Am I missing something here? Oh, this is wild. Surprised it hasn't broken. Snap! Launchpad power? Oh, yes, of course. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Okay, so that works like that. There's one other adjustment that I need, so I need to make... No. Oh, I know. There. Right? So it'll start there. Once it's activated, it'll open up. Let's look at the action groups again. Toggle hinge. Extend piston. Oh, that's what I had it on. Okay. So... toggle piston. Let's do toggle. Right, so that'll... That will open that up. That'll toggle those. They'll extend. Five is the minimum. Alright, that's been determined multiple times now. One of these days I'm gonna learn. 5 is the minimum RPM for that thing. So, yeah. Yeah, the min-max of the pistons. And then traverse rate is pretty slow, just because I don't want it to like bonk right out of there. Damping, 0, extension limit, yeah, okay. So it should start closed, right? Like this. That way it'll all fit inside the fairing for our launch vehicle. Yes. Then we extend. No, we open. That would be the correct terminology. We open. And then extend. So there must be a toggle, a switch we would set to turn that motor on for the space station, right? Full speed. You want to see what that looks like? I wonder, so let's try it retracted. Let's just do like 110 RPM. We're gonna need more torque though, because these things are pretty heavy. (110 RPM). Let's go ahead and extend the arms. Let's see what happens here. Whoa, that torque. That's physics at work right there. It's slowed down because it's doesn't have the torque to keep it going. Just like the ice skater. So torque staying the same, pull the arms in, like the ice skater, it's gonna speed up. Oh, I thought it was gonna break. Physics, yes. I mean, you know, when it like froze there for a second, I literally thought it was gonna like fly apart. Alright, so let's try this. We're gonna put the torque at 100%. Are you ready? And now we're gonna extend the arms. Yep, it still slows it down pretty significantly. I wonder if it's going to speed up if we just let it sit here for a minute. It looks like it's trying to, maybe? No? Is it moving faster? It's hard to tell. I don't think it's moving faster. Like, we're at 100% torque. But, hey, it's a thought. Definitely spinning up there. Wait a second. It sped up really fast, but then once it finally got in, it slowed back down again because it was limiting to 110 RPM. Funny. Yes, physics is fun. Okay. So we know that works. Yes. Eve's surface gravity. Oh, wait, how would I simulate Eve's surface gravity? Huh, anyhow. Okay, so there's that. Cheat mode. Oh, gotcha. Okay, so now what I want to do, so the modules that are going to go on the end of those, it's basically going to be a habitat and a fuel tank. And I think in the beginning I'll just send up 2 modules because, you know, if they ask me to expand the space station again, then I'll have 2 more slots where I can add. I can keep adding on to the space station. So yeah. Spinny Moon Station. Hub. Is that how you spell spinny? Make artificial gravity on your space station. Add spinny things on the ends of the piston so it spins while it spins. Oh, that would definitely be nuts. Wouldn't feel like anything. Spiny, spoony. Yeah, see, I think one N is spiny, whereas 2 N's would be spinny. Because, you know, spine is S-P-I-N-E. But then again, spin is S-P-I-N. Can't use proper grammar like spinning hub. No, this is Kerbal, y'all. Right? Okay, so this is a subassembly that I can add to things. So the modules that will go on the end there, we need to make... Oh, it does say spinny. Well, I should look at my captions. Thanks, Max Q. My captions are smarter than I am. All right. Okay, so we have this saved as a subassembly. We can add or subtract to it as necessary when we set up our, yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Okay, so let's start new. No, let's don't save because we have it saved as a subassembly. It totally does, except for when I try and say apoapsis. I could totally say periapsis, and it would understand that. I can say apogee, perigee, perihelion, apohelion, all of these words, but not apoapsis. Sepsis. If I say sepsis, that's what comes out. I could say redonkulous. It actually knows what that word is. We could try supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. See? But it still cannot say apoapsis. If I change my intonation and really exaggerate apoapsis, you gotta get the pitch, the high pitch in the middle there, apoapsis. Still, I see. It felt the same way in my throat when I said it both times, and it still came out wrong 50% of the time. So, I just say apogee most of the time, or the top of the orbit. We all have an idea what that means. What was I doing again? Oh yes, the habitation modules. So what do you think? Should I put habitat? Well, let's see. Do I have any additional... Have I made any habitat modules yet? I don't think I have. Robots. Stupid robots. Ah. So let's look at this. Okay, so we're gonna have these guys here. Put the nuclear power unit next to the habitation module, right? Yeah, it keeps them warm, right? I mean, we learned all that on the Martian. Just put the RTG right here on top. Okay, so let's do this. We're going to rotate it this direction, and then we're gonna put, because currently we don't really have anything else, but we're gonna put some solar panels on here. And since they're that way, and then the docking port will be this way, they can face the sun this direction. Oh, that blocks the window though. Let's not block the windows, y'all. Okay, then some electricity. We'll need additional electrical storage capacity for various, you know, station functions, right? At least he was warm, yeah. Tears of Mars radiation is fatal anyway. Oh, there's that, yes, right. Keeps him green. Hot for 2 meanings of the word hot. Ooh. Okay. Now, on this guy, we're gonna want to put... Let's put on an adapter, shall we? Let's look at structural. Should we use that adapter, or should we use this one? That seems pretty. So this is going to attach to the ends of the arms. And in theory, if we ever decide to extend our space station and add additional habitat modules, we should allow for that, right? I think you're insane if you say you're an astronaut. Wait, Netflix storage unit? What? Where? Where? Okay, so additional electrical capacity, power generation. Yep, we got 2 batteries on here for 800 total. So if we add 2 modules, that'll be another 1600 electrical, plus the power generation of these 1x6s. So that'll be 4 panels. Lights. Oh, yes. That's what we were working on last time as well. Lights. Should we go ahead and add the fuel tanks on here just because? Because we need to add fuel station capacity, because it said... No, I didn't. I keep seeing it like Blink 182, blah 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 blah, and I just haven't gotten around to it yet. I've been looking at too many Area 51 memes. Okay, so I need to have 4,000, well, there's already 1,100-ish units of liquid fuel capacity. It's not actually there, but it has capacity to hold 1,100. So, it's not shady like everything else. Really interesting. So, if we add a fuel tank on the ends of these, the warning shots? No. Also fuel tanks. Okay, so... I mean, ideally, you're not going to set fuel tanks like spinning. That just, you know, it's a large mass. It could be dangerous. We should keep the fuel tanks, like, in line. Well, they did admit it was real footage and not some hillbillies with super spotlights. I've got 1,000,000 candle power spotlight! Right? I mean, that's what I grew up with. I don't know about y'all, but yeah, it was at least 1,000,000 candle power. Camera prod from F-18 or some other fast jet. Ah, nice. Okay, lights. We were talking about lights. So, The jet intercepted it and couldn't keep up. I think what I will do here, let's go back to our robotics, because we have robotics. How far do these stretch out? That's a pretty respectable distance. Lights. This is ultimately what we were working on before when we got carried away and we're like, oh, maybe we should add robotics. This is the important. This right here. This is what's important, y'all. Making sure it is properly lit. Proper illumination. That looks good, yeah. Kind of lights up the whole thing, both docking ports. All right, let's go ahead and retract. Retract. Have you docked with robotics before? Oh, I should show you. Space station habs habitats. Okay. A graduate of the Dos Valdez School of Fashion Lighting. How do you stop the rotating motor from burning out? In a real-world issue? Yeah, I know, right? Well, first of all, you probably put it on a reduction gear system. Alright? So that way, when the motor does burn out, you just pull it out, and all the load bearing is on the gear system. And then you put in the new motor. Whereas if you attach it directly to the motor, like you'd have to take the thing off of the motor, which would detach it from your station, and then it would drift away. Yeah. You were asking about robotics. For our rescue mission, unscheduled rescue mission, we have a particularly fancy, where is it? The Mun Tourist Rescue Rover. The MTRR. Let me demonstrate it for you. We'll be demonstrating it in space as it is now on reserve standby in the event another issue arises. Have more than one motor rated for the load and swap it out for maintenance. Yeah. There's no way for the heat to dissipate. True. I mean, granted, you could probably set up some sort of thermal system to, you know, a heatsink system to draw the heat off of it. So this bad boy right here is our Moon Rescue Kerbal system. So the lander that you saw that I had on the moon, or the Mun station, the first one had a hard landing. Now this is a system I've used regularly. I've landed it probably 50 or 60 times from the last career to this career. But I just was kind of out of practice for a minute, and I landed a little hard, so I busted the engine on the bottom of it. Like, the landing gear held up, the rest of the spacecraft was fine, but the Kerbals were trapped inside. One was a pilot. That pilot can EVA and get out and go to another spacecraft. The rich Kerbals, however, the tourists, cannot get out. That's the other word that the captions has a problem with, so I say rich Kerbals. So the rich Kerbals can't get out. How do you transfer them? And I thought, well, normally I transfer them from the rich Kerbal launch and recovery system to the KISS, the Kerbal International Space Station, and I just dock and I just, do the transfer, right? So I thought, hey, maybe I just need a docking port and attachment, and we can transfer them into the Hitchhiker storage container. There are 4 engines for a total of 64 kilonewtons of thrust. It lands just fine. The normal lander only uses 60 kilonewtons of thrust on its single engine. And what I ended up ultimately creating here is the rich Kerbal vacuum system. Yeah, so it's got a servo here, so if we need to rotate this, depending how it goes, it's got wheels, so we can land relatively close to the stranded Kerbals and we can drive over to them. Solar panels for power, battery backups. We got some headlights on here. Yes. We've got a number of angles and hinges. This is how it launched. So there was another module I had underneath here that's since gone. I don't know if you can still see the strut parts. I guess they're not on there anymore. Anyhow, this is how it launched. So we landed near the lander. This might even be it. Miracle tourist bounce. Yeah, that might be it. I'm not certain. The miracle being that they didn't die, but the engine didn't survive. So in any event, we get over there, right? We find our rich Kerbals. We extend out the arm. We extend this first one. There's a second one here we can extend as well. Now, because the lander is a certain height, we also had to raise it up, so we had to extend it this way. And then you just kind of, if you need to tweak it at 1 or 2 degrees this way or that way, right? And then you need to, draw it back a little bit. But ultimately, the docking port went on top of the lander and docked, and then we just sucked them out. We just vacuumed them through the docking port, through these arms, and right on into the Hitchhiker storage container. Just like that. So, that was my first extensive use of robotics, right there. Yeah. And it was all kind of manually done here because I didn't really have any... I don't have a joystick or anything to do any of that. No! You can't let them die. That's so sad. I'm sorry. So yeah, that's our robotics rescue system. It's on orbit. We left it with the full gas tank in case we need it again for another rescue, so 360 liquid fuel. It's got 1,586 meters per second of delta V available for landing and so on. So yeah, there it is. And actually there's a whole mess of stuff. Saved the rover. What was that mission? We could go look, I suppose. Oh yeah, that's the one where we, the science rover. So we put it on top of our lander, and then we kicked it off. Let's switch to that and take a look at it. Sort of forgot to add a heat shield. Oops. Something so not a complete waste. Nice. Pure Robotics had a similar issue. It had to do a powered descent to dock. Images of your net mech system? Sure. Hang on a second though, I gotta give you permission. So this little guy was mounted on top of our the Mun lander, and I just had enough gas, enough fuel and engines to launch it off of the top of the lander and then bring it down. But it tipped over, so we had to EVA and then headbutt it in order to knock it over. It's not much bigger than a Kerbal, so that was pretty easy. And then it's just down here to do science occasionally. Reverse sky crane recovery system? Pretty much, yeah. Question is, I guess it does have. Vessel moved? What? The brakes are on. Tourist rescue rover. So it's actually bouncing a signal off of a couple of different satellites, but what do you mean it moved? Oh, and now it's probably out of power. All of my Mun rovers turned into hovercraft. The wheels were useless. I flew them with RCS. Nice. Okay, was it successful that time? I didn't see an error message. I mean, I hope so. Signal strength is dropping. I don't know. Accidentally lithobrake landed on the Mun at 100 meters per second. Oops. Yeah, not good. I mean, heck, this little rover still has 448 meters per second at delta V, surprisingly. I should probably shut down those engines for safety so I don't accidentally, like, launch it or something. Yeah. Using a repurposed Eve rover, so it survived. Nice. Let's look. Here's the lander that we just kind of left it there as a bit of a memorial. This is the one where the engine broke because we landed too hard. And you'll see why I had the arm extend up and like reach over to vacuum all the rich Kerbals out of it. Because it was upright. It wasn't lying over. It wasn't lying on its side. So like being able to reach up here with the docking port, that's what the arm I ended up using to get everybody out of there. So yeah, but you can see underneath here, there's no motor anymore because it squished too hard. Means your probe is reclassified to impactor. Yeah, alright. Kind of like barrel sheet. Or Vikram. I'll make a mini engine unit to dock on top. Oh, hey, that's... Yes. Then we could continue to use the lander. We would just have engines. We could just put those 4 engines. Hey, hey, hey. You got some smarts on you, don't you? We could still use the lander. Okay. Well. Yeah. I mean, it's got the fuel tank, it's got everything it needs. It just needs some engines with a little docking port. And then it would just be a matter of getting it down there, which we could probably use the moon rescue with the robot arm again. And just stick it on there. Right? I mean, 4 of these would do the trick. That's actually more output than the engine that it originally had. And then just so we're not burning the actual module itself, we just point them out. Yeah, it just doesn't fire into the capsule. I wonder if the docking port would be strong enough to hold it, though. You know? Just a pancake of engines. And then it'll definitely because crossfeed, it'll allow fuel transfer from the fuel tank inside that's on the base of it. But yeah, this would actually, because the engine that I use on the Moon lander, which coincidentally is also the Minmus lander, I use this engine right here, the Terrier, the LV909 Terrier liquid fuel engine with 60 kilonewtons of thrust. So 4 of these little guys make 64. It's like they're actually more powerful to have a higher thruster weight ratio with these guys on there. Use on fuel tank and probe core. So the rescue already has the fuel tank and the probe core, and then we just attach this to the module. We'll probably also want to send down a pilot, and then the pilot just flies the lander back up. Just keep control of the throttle and don't exceed the port strength. Yeah. So yeah, we would just... So we'd bring 2 pilots on the current moon lander. We'd rendezvous with the moon rescue with the vacuum arm. We would put one of the pilots in there. We would land that one, which it has a probe on it, and then we would just get close enough to the crashed moon lander with this attached to it, so we could just transfer those. Never had a port shear off? Okay. Yet. Keyword there. And we could stick, one docking port onto the arm, and then we would drive over, and then we would just do like we were gonna like stick it on top, just pat it on the head, right? Pat, and stick this docking port would go onto the lander's docking port. 800 hours. Yep. Clearly, you're not trying hard enough. Ain't that the truth? Alright, we'll save that for now. We'll see if it works. We're going to save that. Let's get back to space station design, shall we? SSTO into Kerbin orbit using a bigger SSTO. What? Alright, what did I call it? Hab and fuel expansion? Oh no, that was my first boring design with extending lights. Folding expansion. Okay, so that's the spinny part. I want the living habitation part. Or did that, I saved that as a subassembly, didn't I? Spinny Mon Station Hub. Okay, so that's that. Science Pod, Science Rover. Here was the first expansion module. It was just empty fuel tanks and docking ports, light bulbs, and batteries. These tanks are empty so that I can refuel them on station. I guess I didn't... Station expansion module? Oh, yeah, I just clicked on that. Duh. Okay, I must have saved... What did I call that silly thing? Miss artificial gravity, nope. Miss artificial gravity 2, nope. Folding expansion, hab and fuel expansion. Did I not save? Oh, brother. Oh, here it is, space station habitats. Yes, okay. So these guys will extend out. Is that really enough? Yeah, that's fine. Coolest thing you made? That's a good question, I think, for any of us, right? going to bring those in a little bit more just because when we launch, I don't want them sticking out too far. But the question now will be... Okay, yeah, they'll light that up just fine. Okay, so we're gonna need custom action groups here, solar panels, toggle, these guys, toggle. Okay. Save the changes. So additional solar panels, additional batteries for electrical capacity, living space, fancy lights to make it pretty, and the option to expand, docking ports on both ends, right? So when we go to the MUN next time, we can launch 2 of these together. We'll need something to push these around. Well, the puddle jumper will be there. I mean, literally, we're going to push both of these with the puddle jumper anyway. 2 of these, how much does this weigh? Oh, it's barely 3 tons. It's just shy of 3 tons, y'all. Yeah, we could totally put 2 of these on top of a rich Kerbal launch and recovery system. Easily. Take them up. Hand them off to a puddle jumper. Puddle jumper takes them to the MUN station. Docks that. Okay. What are you posting? Yeah, if you guys want to post links, I need to know what it is first. Please. Oh, is this the coolest thing that you made deal? Alright, there you go. Also, I was going to look at the other thing. Sometimes I don't always get to look at links. If you guys want, I also have a Discord too. So it's not used very much. But there's the Discord if you guys want to join it. Wait, what was this for? Is this your SSTO that brought down the other SSTO? Or what? Let me scroll back up and look at this. Reverse sky crane recovery system? And then here's... Ooh, look at that. Fancy spaceship with multiple... It looks like landers on them, yeah? Or just orbital. So that one doesn't have any landing gear, so I'm guessing it's just like an orbital craft. Something small when you just need to do little stuff, right? And then the lander obviously has landing gear on it. Nice big fuel tanks in the middle there. That big, is that a mainsail engine on the bottom? Or is it a, what's the other one? I'm trying to think of what it is. Close thing you built that you have pictures of. Nice. Okay, so these guys, these are just habitats. Fuel tanks, I'm going to keep those along the center line, just for mass, and yeah. So basically, on that end, what we're going to do, let's look at the heavy refueler 2. So this bad boy, that's 2880 plus the 1100 that's already there. Oh, that's just shy of what we need. So if we sent up 2 of these tanks, want to stack them. So once they get there, okay, so let's do this. We are going to want to put wait, no, I don't want it there. I'm gonna want it here. Well, that doesn't look fragile at all. Where's my longerons? Okay, that'll hold for launch. Let's do... We're gonna call this heavy fuel tanks. Heavy station fuel tanks. All right. Minus package. Station with fuel and comms relay. Lander capable of multiple landings before refuel and a return craft. Stays in Minmus. I'm guessing you're saying Minmus. Orbit as a station hub. 3864 science from one launch. Holy rusted steel, Batman. Some cluster launches along the entire network. Package deal with no albums is a must for me, so comms is super important. Gotcha. Who? So Bulgaric. What are we posting? Do you have more science stuff, or what are you looking at? Okay, so that's the heavy fuel tanks, but we're gonna separate so that we can stick them end to end at the space station. I kind of feel like I want to... The SSTO, okay. It's a different one though. Okay, so this guy... This is what we're gonna fly there. And we'll have a docking port on the tail end so we can stack multiples together lengthwise. That's gonna get tricky for certain things. But at least we'll have RCS, we'll have probes on them. It's just a modified heavy fuel tanker. Enable crossfeed. Okay. Staging, engine, staging, fairing. Where did that get? We need staging there. Serpotrons, okay. That guy, I don't know why you all are... Save that, okay. It's a different one though. Oh, I did the wrong command. Sorry, Garrick. It must be getting late, I'm getting confused. Yep, 1:30 a.m. Dun dun. Okay, so this will handle the fuel capacity at the station. We've got the spinny thing. Oh, we need to launch the spinny thing. Speaking of, I want to look at... Okay, what's the mass on this? 13 tons. Oh, but it also has fuel. Okay, we need... Oh, that would actually... 720. Hang on. So one fuel tanker, 2880, plus 1100 for what's on the station reserve currently, plus the 720. That meets the requirement for the contract. 4,000 units of liquid fuel. Bam, right there. Okay, so this is staying as designed, like this. Let's see what that looks like. So this is, it's an SSTO with an external fuel pod, Flight 800 tank mounted above the fuselage. It could get to orbit, land, get to orbit, land without refueling. Wow. That's cool. Pod didn't have to be jettisoned until orbit. When you say pod, where would that be on this external fuel pod? Above the fuselage. It isn't in the screenshot. Oh, okay. Mounted in front of the tail fin. Oh, gotcha. Okay, cool. Okay, so this bad boy, oh, we need to put a docking port on there. Because this needs to stick on the end of the, the space station. Okay, so there's that. Oh, and then there's the docking port there for any additional extensions that way. We should probably set this up with its own battery and electrical as well, just to be, you know, redundant and safe. How much power do you think it'll use? I wish I had the big 1,000 pack batteries, but oh well. Okay, 4 panels, 4 batteries. Dun, dun, dun. Oh, you know what else we should do? It took like 3 days to balance it. Nice. Lights. We're all about those lights. Yes, yes. Okay. No! Oh, are you kidding me? Ah, stop it. Why? Oh. It won't let me save it there? Part is not attachable. Fine. We'll save it as a normal. Spinny station hub. Make artificial gravity. There's a Y on there, isn't there? Okay. Wow. Yeah, hang on. There you go. Oh boy. Yeah, when do you guys think we're going to actually see? When is, like, Bigelow Aerospace going to launch their habitats and put it in a round configuration? When do you think we're going to actually see that? It's modular. Can dock with landers, okay. Whoa, look at that. The docking port on the nose there. Huh. That's pretty wild looking. Miners, etc. Yeah. On my last career save, I had this whole convoluted setup for the outpost that I built on the Mun, including a special carrier. So like all of the outposts would land horizontally. So I had them set up sideways, and let me just show you. So they were all set up sideways like this, and then I had a cradle underneath. I put two rover modules together and then a cradle, so that as these landed, and then they had landing gear sticking out, the rover with the cradle could drive underneath them, and then I would retract the landing gear on these guys, and it would drop down into the cradle of the rover, and then that way I could drive it over to the outpost, and then there was a docking port on the nose here, and then depending on how I wanted to get it on there, like I could just extend the landing gear, and then you can adjust the springiness of the landing gear, right? And then it would just raise up and down until I could get it to dock with the outpost, all the central hubs. And then I did this with the mining stuff, so I had the fuel tanks and then the mining drilling rigs on there, like all that stuff as well. So, man. But I had all that set up before. On the previous career that I was doing before robotics came out. I started over completely with robotics because I didn't want to, mess anything up there. The wings stay in space for future landing. Nice. So I don't need to send the core to Duna with the wings. Well, hey, that helps with your delta V and everything. I mean, it reduces mass, so it's a great thing to do there. I think the only one you can't land on is Eve. Gotcha. Okay, just thinking, do I have all the parts? Do I have all the things? We have the hub, we've got the two habitats, we got the fuel situation sorted out. I know where that's gonna go. Let me look again at the spinny part. Okay, action groups are set up, right? Toggle hinge, toggle piston. I mean, technically I could put those both on the same action group. Okay, so those are on the same action group. And then the motor, toggle motor power. Yeah, that's what we want to do. So we can just switch it on and off. So that's number 2. And then, oh wait, I need a, actually, if we're gonna have motor power on, we should have solar panels as well. Toggle solar panels. Okay, Fine. Now let's save that. Yes. Right. Docking port there. Docking port there in case we're expanding the station that way. These guys spread out. Docking ports to put the habitats on. Extra solar power. Extra batteries to handle the motor capacity there. Extra fuel capacity here. How much does this weigh? 13 tons? 13.5. Okay. Heck, that's probably fine to launch on an RKLRS as well. Or I could launch this with all the habitats and then take 2 puddle jumpers out there. Also, so I might spread this. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, should I eliminate the fuel or cut it in half? If I cut it in half, 11 tons, that's probably the upper limit for the rich Kerbal launch and recovery system. Like, we can launch this with the RKLRS. And part of the reason that I do that is having rich Kerbals on board helps defray the cost of the launch system. You know, like, I save money by doubling up on the missions. And then once this is in orbit at the KISS, then the puddle jumper picks it up from there and takes it the last leg to the Mun or to Minmus. And then this bonus fuel would I would just have crossfeed enabled through to the puddle jumper so that, you know, since it's carrying an extra load, it's going to have to burn longer, but at least it'll have the extra delta V because it has more fuel. And then as some of you saw earlier, I can also launch the heavy fuel tankers that I do periodically anyway. Yeah. Okay, so that all looks good there. So here's what I'm thinking, y'all. I think it's all built, and we should launch it tomorrow night, because it is almost 2 a.m. for me. It's rather late. So, yeah, I'm thinking I'm going to call it a night. Thank you guys for sharing everything. Please follow. I'd love to have you along if you like what you see. September is going on. Subway September. So, you know, half off if you want to subscribe. Subscribers also get a bonus perk for Oxygen Not Included. When I play that, you can rename one of the duplicants if they haven't already been renamed. And yeah, every Saturday and Sunday is Kerbal Space Program, 9 o'clock Mountain Time. And then I also stream normally Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. So Wednesday through Sunday is my normal 9 o'clock stream. So I hope to see you guys tomorrow night. We're going to launch all this stuff tomorrow night. That's my plan, all right? Thanks for the follow. All right, right at the end. Well, hey, you'll have the VOD now, right? And you're going to see, we're going to launch all this stuff tomorrow. So, yeah. I love the Kerbals too, man. All right, y'all. Thanks again. Shout-outs as well. Gabriel, HTX Gabriel for the host, and then also for the big raid, big host from Curly Kerbal. So, you guys have a good night. Thanks again. See you at 9 o'clock Mountain Time tomorrow night.